Greetings, citizens, and welcome! Or welcome back. I'm Dalkin Starbine, aka the Wolf Bard, coming to you live from the Starlight Tavern in Melodium. We're starting Myst IV today. It's good to have all of you here with me while we go ahead and move some sliders. It just needs a second for it to pop up. Normally I would have had the game open already, but it has that intro video that I can't queue up after the game's already open, so. The OBS needed a second to initialize the game's capture source after starting up the game.
For 20 years, I've harbored a secret. People talk about my sons and the evil things they did. Yet still I remain strangely mute. I do not discuss my own actions that day, or the rage I felt when I burned the 2 linking books that had snared them. Some people believe my sons died in those fires, but the truth is, they did not. You're the only one I can confide in, my friend. So I'm asking you to come to Tamara. There are things I must tell you about my sons.
Yeah, we missed him. Yeah, Jack Wall does some good work.
This part's really, really cool if you're not afraid of tight spaces. Dad and me aren't, but sometimes Mom has to close her eyes when I'm driving. I think she's not home right now, because I never could have picked you up by myself if she were. Hey, is that a new image recorder you've got? How cool! And you know, I know the perfect spot to use it. Hang on.
This is some pretty FMV. Ooh. That's bright.
Isn't Tamana
Also,
pretty
hi
from
Yisha.
here? I remember some of the other times you visited us. You've always liked stopping here. It's one of my favorite spots, too. Go ahead. Take a picture.
Take a
Just
picture
make
of
sure your
you.
thumb's not in the
Oh.
shot. Dad always ruins his images that way.
Well, let me take a picture of her. I was gonna be all cute. I was like, I'll take a picture of you instead.
Haven't you taken pictures before, or just click the button?
Just click the button.
Did you get it? I think you should keep it in your journal. That way you can take it out and look at it whenever you miss us. I'll tell Dad you're here. Come on.
Don't know what you're talking about. My mic's just fine. I was just marveling at all of the neat stuff. I would totally have a house like this. This is weirdly unresponsive. I don't like it. That's a little better. It's also like snapping to stuff or something. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Oh look, it's Atris.
Hello, my friend. So you made it in one piece, so Isha's driving wasn't too erratic, I hope. Well, you're probably wondering why I asked you. And the truth is, I need your help. As you know, my sons, Cirrus and Achenaw, were trapped 20 years ago after they destroyed many of the ages I'd written. At the time, Catherine and I decided to leave them imprisoned, because we'd hoped it might reform them. And now Catherine believes our son should be released. But I need an objective opinion. must find out if either Cirrus or Achenar deserve to be freed, and you're the only one we can trust. Well, remember my old crystal viewer? I've made some changes to it, and I haven't yet calibrated its sound component. It'll actually be quicker if we do this together, and I can show you the two prison ages before we link to them. So if you step to the panel behind you, we can begin.
Alright, we're gonna move some sliders, fam.
Okay, I'm going to transmit a waveform that's being generated by the first prison age. It will appear as a yellow line in your right-hand monitor. Here it comes. In order to hear Haven, we must manipulate the blue line until it exactly matches that waveform. The blue line is the result of two combined signals, which we'll manipulate separately using the 3 dials: amplitude, frequency, and phase. But first, we have to select a signal to manipulate, so move the slider left or right. Now turn the leftmost dial to adjust the signal's amplitude or volume.
Is literally every
Turn the
Myst game
amplitude
just
down.
like the player resolving the next stage of the continuing fractious family drama? In a lot of ways, yes. You had a there we go.
Turn up the volume. The volume sounds okay. Try moving the slider. Try adjusting the amplitude. Adjust the leftmost dial. The left dial seems well adjusted. Try moving the slider to select a different signal. Try selecting a different signal. Now turn the dial on the far right to adjust the signal's phase. Got it. Hang on a second, I'll lock in the adjustments and send you the waveform for Spire, the second prison age. Here it comes. Turn the amplitude dial. The volume sounds pretty good. The frequency seems fine. Try adjusting the phase. A little more right. More to the right. Try moving the slider.
Set it again.
Try the amplitude. That's the leftmost dial. The left dial seems well adjusted. Reposition the phase. Try selecting a different signal. Try the leftmost dial. Try moving the slider to select a different signal. Try adjusting the amplitude. Try moving the slider. Try turning the center dial to adjust the signal's frequency. Try selecting a different signal. Try adjusting the frequency. The speed is pretty good. Adjust the phase dial. Farther to the right. The phase is well positioned. Turn the amplitude dial.
That doesn't seem right,
Got it.
Atris.
Don't change a
Okay.
thing. I'll just lock it in here. done, my friend. Should be able to hear both prison ages now. So let's begin, shall we? What in the name?
Oh no, everything's exploding!
What a mess.
It's because we did it
The
wrong.
image modulator short-circuited. Wires are completely fused. Well, the viewer itself seems okay. So maybe
It wasn't close enough after all.
link to rhyme. All right.
Hey, look, you mentioned rhyme.
Slight change in plans, my friend. Explosion must have shut down the main power supply and damaged the viewer's external image modulator. There's another one on rhyme, so I'm gonna link there and retrieve it. Oh, I'll have to stop at the cleft for some tools first. Why don't you get full power restored while I'm gone? Go to the water wheel control room. Close both emergency release gates, then come back here and use the crystal viewer to contact me. The crystal combination to see rhyme is in my journal. Oh, you'll have to turn on the roof antenna before the viewer will work.
You need the viewer that
Keep
we
an eye on
broke?
Isha, will you? I'll be back.
Atris? Safety fuses? Are we talking about the same man? Time to start over. We'll just do that same puzzle repeatedly for 4 hours. Hey look! Another slider! Smoky. I don't remember if we actually wind up looking at rhyme. He said the combination was in his journal. That's what I was thinking, is it's not something you wind up having to do. The short answers there, Sil, are yes and a lot. don't know why we can open this drawer. There doesn't seem to be anything actually, like, in it. Oh, we can open all of the drawers. Okay. At least... Okay, those 2 drawers anyway. Crystals! Can I grab the drawer, please? Thank you. Yeah, it keeps weirdly snapping at random intervals to nothing in particular, it seems. It's really annoying. Aha! That looks suspiciously journal-esque. Alright. I am always surprised by how good it feels to return home after one of my journeys. In the day, heat shimmers off the cliffs, bathing me in unexpected warmth. At night, gentle breezes stir the lake, and I often hear Catherine singing to Yisha. The sound of their voices fills me with such joy. I find myself wondering why I ever left. Perhaps I am more aware of this tonight, having spent so much time alone in Rhyme. The trip was unavoidable. It has been weeks since I viewed Cirrus and Akinar's prison ages, and I needed to be assured of their safety. The crystal viewer did not show much, so I began considering how I might improve it. I am now fairly certain I can achieve a tighter image if I redesign the mechanism itself. I have yet to tell Catherine of these plans. I do not wish to raise her hopes prematurely. Okay, have fun, Sil. After far too brief a visit with my family, I have returned to Rhyme to conduct preliminary tests. The frigid temperatures in this age are vital for the crystals to function, yet I find it increasingly difficult to work in the cold. Perhaps I can find a way to simulate extreme temperatures inside the viewer itself, so that I can install it in Tomana when ready. Apparently the thing full of vacuum tubes, or whatever those are supposed to be, is actually a cooling unit. Crystal selector, blank linking book, crystal containment holders. It's the helmet for the Frost Fairy inside. Hey, I could be wrong. They could just be light bulbs. Because, you know, every cooling unit needs a bunch of light bulbs sticking out of it. Just out of, you know, random spots on the casing for reasons. Tonight, I set aside experimentation for a few hours to watch the lights illuminate Rhyme's sky. Their beauty has not dimmed since I first saw them. I could not fully enjoy the show, however, for it put me in mind of Cirrus and Achenar and the months we spent here constructing the towers. Soon, what had been a happy memory for me was mired in regrets. I doubt I will ever know what caused my sons to become so greedy. I only know that when they looked at the ages described in my library, fantastic worlds one could travel to easily simply by touching a book's linking panel, they saw only dreams of wealth and power. They devised a plan, an evil plan. When my back was turned, they linked to my ages, plundered, and destroyed them. I know Cirrus and Achenar must pay a price for these crimes, yet it brings me no joy to picture them stranded on the 2 uninhabited ages I wrote to protect my library from thieves. I only hope that my sons will someday reject their wicked yearnings and find it in their hearts to reform. After experimenting with several liquid gases, I have found a pressure variable that should allow the crystal viewer to function in Tomana. Tomorrow I link to Relishon to enlist help from the Guild of Machinists. Catherine was unusually subdued when I showed her the new blueprints. She trusts that the viewer will work, but wishes we could visit our sons in person. I would like that as well, but until I am convinced of remorse, I cannot risk their escaping. I was fairly certain the evaporator coils would work, and indeed, I was able to achieve a blurry image of Spire within the new viewer's blank book. Unfortunately, a more powerful suppressor is needed to stabilize the image. Guildmaster Andritus suggested that I install several geodes inside the roof of the observatory, then use an antenna to focus them. This should amplify the clean frequency enough so that the crystal viewer can work. It's Atris. I don't think even he knows what he's doing. Success. Not only was I able to view both Spire and Haven, but I also saw my laboratory on Rhyme quite clearly. But I also saw my laboratory on Rhyme quite clearly. Also true, Delco. He knows one thing, and that is moving the slider. The crystal code for Rhyme was difficult to remember, having not had much reason to use it previously. I must make a full list of codes soon. But for now, I will keep Rhymes close at hand. Can I take a picture of the book? That is not the one I needed. This, okay. Cool. I always knew my sons had great potential, but today I saw something that truly amazed me. Cirrus is harnessing electricity. At least, that is what I assume, for the viewer caught a brief glimpse of something I have never before seen in his age. It had to be a man-made construction. A burst of interference destabilized the image before I could study the device properly, but its existence offers proof that at least one of my sons is making the most of his confinement, rather than wallowing in despair. The interference effect is curious. It has disrupted my viewing of ages on more than one occasion. Although I first assumed it to be a problem with the geodes, I now believe it to be subsonic in origin. I think the roof antenna is picking up wave fluctuations emitted by one or more ages. If this is true, I might be able to use the fluctuations to hear what is occurring in an age. I shall have to think on this carefully. Welcome back, Spiper. I hope that what you were cooking is delicious. It has been an exciting 2 weeks. Catherine, Isha, and I have just returned from Releashon, where I spent most of my time in conversations with various guildmasters. I am now convinced that the shape and color of the crystals gives them individual resonance signatures. By combining the resonances of 5 crystals together, I can discover a global pattern of emissions, a sound signature, as it were, that is unique to the age being viewed. Guildmaster Andritis has assisted me in drawing up plans for a filtration panel that will enable the antenna to hone in on whatever wave fluctuations I want. I truly will be able to listen in on an age. Tomorrow I begin building the panel I have decided to use. Wait. Oh, there's a period there. Tomorrow I begin building the panel. I've decided to use Rhyme as its preset configuration, since that is the age which first enabled me to construct a crystal viewer. The panel is finished. I am too tired to test it tonight. You know what? Fair, Atris. Fair. Apparently I did not notice the view automatically focusing on the drawer because I had to poke around to find the journal. Catherine tried to hide it, but the sounds we heard coming from Akinar's prison age nearly brought her to tears. Once again, I had to reassure her of his safety. My words eventually convinced her, but I know she longs for more substantive proof. I fear she may take matters into her own hands soon. I must confess, I too long for more information than the viewer is currently providing. Tomorrow I shall link to Rhyme. I have an idea for an attachment, something akin to a moving eye, that will allow me to change points of view while using the crystal viewer. If it works, I may finally be able to see if my sons have reformed. I guess that's the whole thing. Okay, so he said I had to extend the antenna. I guess I can set the code anyway. I want to see it too. Okay, red, cyan, yellow, green, blue. Okay, I guess I have to do something else before I can put those in. Maybe we have to extend the antenna first? Atris says a lot of things. Okay, well that doesn't seem to be it. A map of Tomana, sort of. There certainly are a lot of tappy sounds in this game. Tap tap. That looks like it controls the elevator. What a pleasant view. A tap map! I love that! Okay, the weird jitter snap thing is getting really old really fast. Yeah, that right there. That's super not great. See, now it's not doing it. Also, the footsteps from, like, turning. And it's dynamic based on, like, turn speed and stuff. That's pretty cool. Are we beyond the Denis Ultraverse yet? I have no idea what that means. Okay, yeah, see, the cursor's still doing the bouncy thing here. So it's doing that when I'm, like, turning the screen, and it's super annoying. I have no idea what you're talking about, Bird. Honestly, it sounds like a, comic book arc. Okay, but that clearly doesn't go up, it only goes down. Check out these links really quick here. Oh, that's a lot of text. I am not reading all that right now. Adventure beyond the Denis Ultra World! Okay, I do dig these screenshots a bit. Those are neat. Okay, okay, okay. I mean, given the time period, I would not be surprised that that was just some marketing person's attempt to go, oh, we need to make it sound hip and cool with the kids and stuff. Well, I'm trying to figure out how to interact with the viewer stuff right now. I would say I'm lost, but I definitely don't know how to do what I want to do at the moment. I did find this, which seems to be relevant. I think I need to, like, open the dome, I guess? If it's something he already said, I think that'd be fine. He was kind of just spitting out a bunch of information rapid fire, and not all of it relevant. I know he said to, like, raise the antenna, but shrug? It also kind of depends on how you go over what Atris told us, you know? Like, because, you know, it's possible to phrase that as a hint without necessarily meaning to phrase it as a hint. Yeah, I've been afraid to leave the room, too, because I didn't want to accidentally, like, kick off the, oh, he's just fucking off thing. Because I know there's a point where, like, you see Yisha getting kidnapped, I believe. Well, that looks like where a water wheel would be, so let's go down to that bottom level. Or not. Okay, so that works. So, yeah, it just won't go to down at the bottom level, so we have to get down there a different way. God. Okay, that went further than I was expecting. Oh hey, we can tap the water. That is apparently a valid travel path. I wanted to tap the plant. Also, this is a very big plant.
Hey, come here. You gotta see this.
I guess we're, we might have to have Yisha get kidnapped first before we can do the viewer, I guess. Fine. Bugs. I don't like bugs. They wig me out. Huh. Hey look, a magnifying glass. Many book. Such book. Very bookly books. Yeah, they would have had to take the time to set up the interaction zones, and I guess they would have done it then.
There you are. I was gonna show you a gecko, but he ran away. Now I'm collecting beetles for a project me and Mom are working on. We're gonna let them go near the water wheel after we're done studying them. My necklace. The chain must have unhooked because I don't see any breaks in it. I got it 2 weeks ago on an age called Serenia. Shows me all kinds of stuff. I bet you'd like Serenia. Maybe when you're done helping my dad, he'll let me take you there.
I suspect a part of the... Yeah, I seem to recall seeing the lizard on my first go through. But yeah, I kind of suspect they're like, oh man, we're in a world where like everything's real-time 3D now. How do we justify having a game that's still pre-rendered 3D? You know, like pre-rendered slides, basically. It's like, oh well, we'll make it so you can interact with everything, even the stuff that isn't important. Seriously, game? I just wanted to turn around. Okay, so we can go that way, or we can go this way. Hey, look, a lizard. Bye, lizard. I don't remember it being like that either, but I was dealing with some jank even getting this to run the way I needed it to stream. I had to jump through a few hoops, including creating configuration files to force it to run in windowed mode so that it would be at the correct aspect ratio. And also not screwing up my DPI scaling. Oh, that's... okay. That was dramatic. That's a bed. My love, we must be united in this. Can you find it in your heart to listen and forgive? For I cannot be strong in this alone. Yeah, I'm not exactly surprised that it's jank either, but it is annoying. Yeah, what is up with that? Just write the name in Denis, and then English, 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 English. Signed, name in Denis. That looks familiar. Blobby. I do want to go inside the fireplace, but first... Oh, right, that's the new, like, zip mode thing for this game. Okay, that's getting really, really annoying. I'm gonna have to see if I can't figure out a fix for that for next week, because... I don't want to do that for the entirety of however many streams it's gonna take to finish this game. I can be green! I like that. I want to be green. Fantastic. Okay, so turn both lamps on. Are these, like, bedside lamps? Let's see. Okay, yeah. Well, at least one of them is. Okay. Oh, the other one's on the desk. Okay. Duh. I don't know if this is showing me the code or if this is just showing how it works. Like if these are important. Let's take an image of that. There. Then if it turns out it's important, then we can do that. Oh, right. The lamps can't turn on because I guess we blew all of the power. Jesus. Ugh. Well, I take it we're not going to be able to do that either. But there was another path, and I was getting the feeling that other path is where we want to go. Aha! Well, we did something, but the water wheel isn't going yet. Okay, I think turning up the speed actually made things worse. Alright, Sil. Stay safe. Thank you. That's stuck now. That did something, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. This is not doing anything. Hey look, Gecko again. I'm gonna assume this still won't do anything. Yep. Yeah. Because that all wants power, and the power isn't back on yet. Clearly, if I just click it enough times, it'll go, right? That's definitely how it works. Oh, the other thing they did with this is the focus effects, which I actually think is really neat. Adds a little bit of like depth of field. It can be a little annoying sometimes too, though. Yeah. What's up?
Let me guess. Dad blew the power again, didn't he?
Yep.
He does that a lot. Mom made him install an extra power box in here just in case. Oh no! This box is supposed to make sure certain things always work in the house. There aren't enough rows lit up correctly. Only a green light on top of a failed row means something's getting power. I wonder if we can move them. Better not. Mom doesn't like me messing with electrical stuff.
That's okay. I don't have to listen to your mom, because she's not my mom.
Hey, I never noticed that before. So cool. I think my beetles are making a nest.
Cool. Like,
Oh,
okay.
wow. I'll have to show this to Dad soon as he gets home. He loves this kind of stuff.
Sorry, give me a second. Dealing with some funkiness. Okay. We're good, fam. Okay, I didn't see where she went because I was dealing with that. Did she go through the door there? I seem to recall that's where she goes. Okay, so she went, like, back out the other way. Oh my god. Why is it being so bad? Okay. Okay, so that's redirecting power. Got it. We, I believe, want these two because those are matching the generator thing. Okay. So that gives us enough for one of those. 5. This is fine. I'm gonna assume this is the reset button that I don't want to do that. The reset slider. It's not really a slider, it's more of a, like a swivel thingy. It doesn't slide, it swivels. Let's see here. Seven. Alright, there we go. I do want to poke at this door because I don't think I poked at it before. It is lockified. Okay. Swiveling, just sliding at an angle. Well, I would say no. I would say that it is pivoting. Haha! A win. Alright. Do 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 do. Huzzah! And great success. Yeah, what's up, Yisha? Well, that seems like something of a problem. Blah. Everything's blorbly. This must have been what that painter was saying when they painted that image. When they painted the painting in Atris and Catherine's bedroom. Spooky music! Well, everything has power again, so there's that. That's still locked. Yeah, the green flash really did look like Green Lantern stuff going on, didn't it? Dang, hope Isha's okay. After everything exploded. Which sound effect exactly? I was just commenting on the music. Not a specific sound effect. Okay, well that got us across to here, so that's cool. I mean, they're using, they're making liberal use of hydrophone, which is a pretty generic, spooky sound instrument. Or not generic, but common, I should say. It's very common. It actually makes a handful of sounds. Okay, lamps are on. It doesn't have enough room for exploded. There. Oh. Suspicious. Dang. one of these. Well, I feel like that's a point of no return. Oh, you were just pointing that out. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, hey! Didn't notice that before. Oh. Memory.
Thank you, my love.
For what?
For everything. For this. And for showing me again and again that no matter how many mistakes we've made, the ending has not yet been written.
Some, like, French horn. Okay. Well, let's head back to the lab. Yeah, I think I missed a lot of this on my first playthrough, actually. Well, the waters don't need to be crazy consistent. They just need to not consistently not get above that level, which is, if you measure average water levels over time, is pretty easy to account for within usually a typical human lifespan. Yeah, but that might just mean that it happens to be really high today. We don't know. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is you can construct things such that it just, under most circumstances, is not going to wind up being that high.
Don't you see, Catherine? The new design means we won't have to go to Rhyme anymore. We'll be able to view our son's ages from right here.
Okay. Try moving the slide. No. See, that's if you go over here, then you should get a memory. Try moving the slider. Try moving the slider. feel like we're not gonna get any memories from these. I don't want to check all of them. Yeah, you know, casual Tesla coil, it's fine. They're not caged up or anything. Classic Atris. Haha. Alright, so we're just gonna leave now, right? Like, that's just how we'll... Oh, well, the thing's gone. Never mind.
This part's really, really cool if you're not afraid of tight spaces. Dad and me aren't, but sometimes Mom has to close her eyes when I'm driving. I think she's not home right now, because I never could have picked you up by myself if she were.
This is vaguely familiar.
Hey, is that a new image recorder you've got? How cool! And you know, I know the perfect spot to use it. Hang on.
Feels like it was just yesterday. Or earlier today, even. Feels like it was just this afternoon. Okay, there is one I want to check, and that's the one with the journal in it. Yeah, okay. Oh, interesting, okay.
I'm always surprised by how good it feels to return home after one of my journeys. In the day, heat shimmers off the cliffs, bathing me in unexpected warmth. And at night, gentle breezes stir the lake. And I often hear Catherine singing to Yisha. The sound of their voices fills me with such joy. I find myself wondering why I ever left. Perhaps I'm more aware of this tonight, having spent so much time alone in Rhyme. The trip was unavoidable. It's been weeks since I viewed Cirrus and Akinar's prison ages, and I needed to be assured of their safety. The crystal viewer did not show much, so I began considering how I might improve it. I'm now fairly certain I can achieve a tighter image if I redesign the mechanism itself. I have yet to tell Catherine of these plans. I do not wish to raise her hopes prematurely. After far too brief a visit with my family, I have returned to Rhyme to conduct preliminary tests. The frigid temperatures in this age are vital for the crystals to function.
So I know we already read this,
but this is increasingly difficult to work in the cold. Perhaps I can find a way to simulate extreme temperatures inside the viewer itself, so that I can install it in Tamana when ready. Tonight I set aside experimentation for a few hours to watch the lights illuminate Rhyme's sky. Their beauty is not dim since first I saw them. I could not fully enjoy the show, however, for it put me in mind of Cirrus and Akinnar and the months we spent here constructing the towers. Soon, what had been a happy memory for me was mired in regrets. I doubt I will ever know what caused my sons to become so greedy. I only know that when they looked at the ages described in my library, fantastic worlds that one could travel to easily simply by touching a book's linking panel, they saw only dreams of wealth and power. They devised a plan, an evil plan. When my back was turned, they linked to my ages, plundered and destroyed them. I know Cirrus and Akinnar must pay a price for these crimes, yet it brings me no joy to picture them stranded on the two uninhabited ages I wrote to protect my library from thieves. I only hope that my sons will someday reject their wicked yearnings and find it in their heart to reform. After experimenting with several liquid gases, I've found a pressure variable that should allow the crystal viewer to function in Tomana. Tomorrow, I link to Rilishan to enlist help from the Guild of Machinists.
I like that it pauses at the end of the
Catherine was
page and waits
unusually
for you to
subdued
turn the
when I
page.
showed her the new blueprints. She trusts that the viewer will work, but wishes we could visit our sons in person. I would like that as well, but until I'm convinced of remorse, I cannot risk their escaping. I was fairly certain the evaporator coils would work, and indeed, I was able to achieve a blurry image of Spire within the new viewer's blank book. Unfortunately, a more powerful suppressor is needed to stabilize the image. Guildmaster Andritas suggested that I install several geodes inside the roof of the observatory, and then use an antenna to focus them. This should amplify the clean frequency enough so that the crystal viewer can work. Success. Not only was I able to view both Spire and Haven, but I also saw my laboratory on Rhyme quite clearly. The crystal code for Rhyme was difficult to remember, having not had much reason to use it previously. I must make a full list of codes soon, but for now I will keep Rhymes close at hand. I always knew my sons had great potential, but today I saw something that truly amazed me. Cirrus is harnessing electricity. At least that is what I assume, for the viewer caught a brief glimpse of something I had never before seen in this age. It had to be man-made construction.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible that writing too much of one material into an age could make it unstable, but at the same time, like, how much of any given material would, like, one person need? You know? Like, you could always write more ages. There's literally an infinite multiverse out there.
Not only was a burst of interference destabilized the image before I could study the device properly, but its existence offers proof that at least one of my sons is making the most of his confinement, rather than wallowing in despair. The interference effect is curious. It has disrupted my viewing of ages on more than one occasion. Although I first assumed it to be a problem with the geodes, I now believe it to be subsonic in origin. I think the roof antenna is picking up wave fluctuations emitted by one or more ages. If this is true, I might be able to use the fluctuations to hear what is occurring in an age. I shall have to think on this carefully. It has been an exciting 2 weeks. Catherine, Yisha, and I have just returned from Rilishan, where I spent most of my time in...
So, at least in the case of Kadish, I know that, like, part of his deal was not just, wealth, but affluence. Like, you know, his social standing and everything. I think that for him, the material possessions were representative of that, and that's why he cared so much about the material stuff, was what it meant to him as a symbol, rather than just as, you know, having stuff. He kind of equated the two.
Conversations with various guild masters. I am now convinced the shape and color of the crystals gives them individual resonance signatures. By combining the resonance of 5 crystals together, I can discover a global pattern of emissions, a sound signature, as it were, that is unique to the age being viewed.
Well, it did say Kadish was original.
Assisted me in drawing up plans for a filtration panel that will enable the antenna to hone in on whatever wave fluctuation I want. I truly will be able to listen in on an age. Tomorrow I begin building the panel. I have decided to use...
Yeah, I could go on about, Kadish, but yeah, suffice to say, the dude was not all he liked people to believe that he was. That was kind of his whole deal.
Preset configuration, since that is the age which
He's pretty
first enabled
basic.
to construct a crystal viewer. The panel is finished. I'm too tired to test it tonight.
That's my not so hot take. Kadish was a basic
Catherine
bitch.
tried to hide it, but the sounds we heard coming from Akinar's prison age nearly brought her to tears. Once again, I had to reassure her of his safety. My words eventually convinced her, but I know she longs for more substantive proof. I fear she may take matters into her own hands soon. I must confess, I too long for more information than the viewer is currently providing. Tomorrow I shall link to Rhyme. I have an idea for an attachment, something akin to a moving eye, that will allow me to change points of view while using the crystal viewer. If it works, I may finally be able to see if my sons have reformed.
Yeah, I would love to...
I too long for more.
I guess that's the whole journal. I would like to think that in a world where scarcity has been truly eliminated, we would be at least well on our way to moving beyond that pettiness, but we'd also need to get to a point where people are not artificially creating scarcity in order to maintain their positions of power, which is absolutely an issue in and of itself. Huzzah! So they are cameras. Wait, did the... Oh, it did light up.
I will not risk having our home broken into again.
But cameras, my love? I'll feel so scrutinized.
I'll only place them in the most likely entry points. You'll forget they're even there. I promise.
I mean, I couldn't begin to speculate how much scarcity is artificially created versus not. That is something that is way beyond what I could hope to know. Is the middle one the exile entry point? I believe it is, Bert. We've got that. We've got the study here, and we've got out front. That's not what I wanted to do. Excuse me.
See the really bright one?
Uh-huh.
A long time ago, when your great-grandmother Anna first mapped this desert with her father, She looked up in the night sky and used that star to find her way home.
Well, I mean, it's entirely possible that before building the whole tram system and everything, that, Ooh, shooting star. Neat. It's the moon! But anyway, it's entirely possible that, we used an intermediary age to get from wherever we're hanging out to Tamana and back again. Yes. Awoo! Obligatory awoo. Okay, so that's cool. They have their own private telescope. Like, really big telescope observatory thing. You said the antenna was on the roof, right? Am I misremembering that? I mean, the diagram also seemed to indicate that the antenna was up there. Am I forgetting something else that he said about that? And to be clear, this is an actual, like, address to chat. Am I forgetting something that Atris said about how to set up the antenna? He said it was on the roof, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that this is the antenna. Okay. I'm assuming that, like, this seems to indicate that the roof antenna is somehow connected to the telescope. There. Haha. Let us continue to stare at the moon. That button was very worn out. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Okay, so we need a red crystal of that configuration. Okay, well that seems to be that. Okay. Now we need a cyan crystal of the 2-point configuration. Yellow crystal. I don't even know what to call that. It's like basic... Looks like basic ass quartz, but just yellow. I think that's it? I think so. If it doesn't work, we'll try the other one. Alright, we want to look at the green one here. Which looks like the green one is the same kind. So you prefer gate crystals, of course. Naturally. They're better at the whole rainbow thing. Alright, and a blue one that's kind of wider, I guess. I don't know if that's really the one that I want. Let's compare this. That doesn't look right. Atris! You're bad at drawing, my dude. let's try that. Nope. Let's see. No, I changed these two to the narrower straight one, and that's the slightly wider straight one. That's the one that I originally set these two to be. And so if I hadn't changed these, then they would have all been the same. Yeah. Well, and they don't match the diagram, like, even that closely. Like, I can't even tell if the yellow and the green one are supposed to be the same or not. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Oh, there's a callback. Musically speaking. So that's what that's already set to, right? Yeah. I don't even know. At this point, I just have to try different things until it works. And heck, I'm gonna try these last three being the same, just in case. Nope, nothing. Alright, well, we'll try the inverse. Okay, so it was the inverse.
My friend, are you there? Hope you're getting this. Barely receiving you. Listen, there's a terrible electromagnetic storm here. I can't leave Rhyme until it's over. But I know what you can do. Go to the desk in my bedroom. Below the top drawer, you'll see a symbol. Press on it to open two compartments. The commentaries I wrote on Haven and Spire are inside. Oh, and tell Isha not to forget her homework.
Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely tell Yusha to not forget her homework. Atris. Uh-huh. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, the whole commentaries on Spire and Haven, that sounds very useful. It is kind of a neat way to, be like, hey, you can see Atris, but you can't tell him that some shit went down. So you're kind of on your own, Lamau. Well, doesn't need to cause issues with linking books to cause issues with the viewer. But I can't specifically recall anything that says that it would cause that said that electromagnetic storms cause any particular kind of interference with linking books. Well, because he's trying to get the viewers on Rhyme to work to see Spire and Haven. Did he say he couldn't leave? Did he say that he was intending to leave? I missed that. Yeah, okay. Well, but yeah, if the linking book was outside, that would definitely... That's a classic Atris move. Let me put my only way out, exposed and in a dangerous spot so that when, you know, storms happen, I can't just leave. Okay, he said, check the symbol, was it under the desk? Thing yanking my cursor around again. It's driving me absolutely bonkers. Stop it! I just want to look for the thing! That just does the fireplace code stuff. Hey, look, that's exactly what happened in the game. I mean, in fairness, Melodium does also use crystal tech, so, honestly, we could teach Atris a thing or two. Especially, you know, I mean, I'm literally using crystal tech to broadcast to you from Melodium right now, and clearly it's a much stronger signal. Just saying. Still can't get this cursor to behave, though. Clearly don't have everything down. He said the desk in the bedroom, right? Oh, you have to open that and then press the button. Okay. Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Spire, I've called it. For that's the image I kept in mind as I wrote the book that would blink here. A soaring, rock and crystal spire rising out of dense clouds like the watchtower of some gem-studded castle. Now that I'm here and am exploring the age in person, I find it to be exactly as I've envisioned. Beautiful, yet so very deceptive. From the tower formation upon which I sit, an ocean of clouds spreads out below me. Rough stone steps descend toward them, ending at an empty terrace area. Created over centuries by the erosive power of wind, these steps are so evenly matched that I almost believe they were man-made. Yet, how could they be? For Spire has never had any inhabitants. Steps are not the only example of how the illusion I sought to create in this age holds true. Shortly after linking here, I walked through massive archways of stone, searching for a view beneath the clouds. As I walked, I felt as if the ghosts of a past civilization walked with me. This feeling was only enhanced by the beautiful harmonic sounds heard everywhere I went. I would have liked to determine the source of these sounds, simply for my own edification. But other concerns must take precedence. Having found the flora caverns and assured myself of Spire's ability to support human life, I'm at last ready to leave. I even feel more comfortable with my decision to use this age as a prison world if I must. Yet I am sad to leave it too. There is still so much I could learn about the art simply by spending more time here, comparing the age with my original intentions for it. Unfortunately, once I link away, dropping my Myst book into the clouds as I leave, I know I will never be back. And I truly must go, for I still have another prison age to investigate. Concern. Never be discouraged by a mistake, Atris. My grandmother, Anna, always used to say. Strive to learn from it instead, and you will achieve great things. Today on Haven, I saw my grandmother's words become truth. The broken ship merged into the causeway near Haven's coastline is exactly what I'd hoped it would be. A promise of intrigue and adventure, so palatable it made my own heart race with excitement to see it. I thought of how much fun the boys I'd met in Stoneship Age, Emmett, Branch, and Will, would have had playing in it, and almost wish I could bring their children here to do so. But Haven must remain off limits to all if it's to become the prison world I wrote it to be. My sole foray into the age has proved it to be capable of supporting human life, though of course none exists there at this time. Much of Haven's interior is comprised of a dense tropical rainforest, which is obviously teeming with beasts. I saw several as I explored, though they usually kept their distance.
Maybe, Spiper.
A few of the fruit eaters did stare at me curiously as I made my way under their nests. No doubt, having never encountered a human being before, they did not think to fear me. They might even have summoned the courage to become friends, had I stayed there any longer. Alas, I could not, for the weight of urgency was upon me, having convinced myself of the need to protect my Myst library should some overly greedy explorer stumble onto it. I felt it necessary to link home very quickly, taking only a few brief minutes to watch the sun set over Haven's freshwater lake. I swam out to the middle and linked away. By now, the linking book I used would have sunk underwater and have been destroyed. Consequently, there remains but one task to finish before I can sleep. I must write 2 additional linking books tonight, one for Haven and one for Spire, my other prison age, then place them on display in the library. I shall also have to warn Cirrus and Achenar to stay away from them, and tell Catherine, of course, when all is finished.
That I could not speculate on. Nope, the button is not interactable at all when the thing is closed. Yeah, right? Atris is like, oh, I need to destroy my linking book out of Haven before I write the linking book that goes into Haven that isn't the descriptive book. Like, it's conceivable that he took another there with him, but, like, what a waste of books. Well, no wonder why they're having issues with people getting into Tomana so easily. Adris has just written like 8 kajillion Tomana linking books, and they're just floating out around there. No one can keep track of them because there's way too many of them. Oh, classic Atris. Okay, little green one. Split blue one. Let's see. I think this is the first one. This one? Yeah, I would have to imagine that there would have been some additional knowledge of how to do stuff relating to the art among some of the survivors. You know, even if none of them knew how to write, some of them may have been, you know, bookmakers or bookmakers adjacent or whatever, and figured some of that stuff out from there. Okay, I think I did the wrong one for the blue. Alright. Yes, I think I want that for the yellow. Which I think was the 4th position. There. But I want the blue one to be this. And yeah, like the ink and everything. That's what I'm saying is, you know, it's not inconceivable that they would have had the enough aggregate knowledge among the survivors to get that all put together eventually. That was the one that corresponded to that particular shape in the book, except I wanted that to be red. I did move the slider. I did not move the swivel thingy. The swiveler. Okay. That is incorrect. There we go. Oh, it's definitely some statue work there. That looks like the painting, except, you know, statues. It's... Idris was talking about the eye thing. Is the eye thing not here? I guess not. Alright, it's that thing, I guess. But that's, like, not functional. Yeah, I think you're right, Spiper. Okay, let's see here. Those might be backwards, I'm not sure. Alright. I think I know which crystals those last 3 are. Yeah, first time using a purple one. Okay. Purple, green, yellow. Well, we'll find out. It's so hard to tell because the depiction is very not consistent. They both have cut faces, but it's just like they don't always show them like. Okay, so there's the. That's Haven, I would guess. I mean, there's that too, but no, I mean the sketches of the crystals is very not. That's your house, Esto? You might want to like call somebody about that. Alright, Spiper. Thank you. Alright, I think we're ready to do the fireplace. Alright, so I believe the goal of this is to get all of the squares that the lasers are on to light up. Or to, like, to be red. Hey! not that hard when I actually take half a second to think about it. That looks kind of exploded. I did miss the kitchen and all that. You're right. We have to load. I can go back. Okay, we don't have to load the game. We're good, fam. But thank you for mentioning that. I got just one track. I believe I did explore over here before my first go through.
A bit more of a curve.
No, I'm only 10, Daddy. I don't think I can make a whole world.
You're not making a world, my desert bird. You're making a link to a world. Come on, I'll show you an easier one.
Neat. Neat is not Registoy. You mean to say that it's not, it starts with a G. Garo Hefty, I believe, if I am remembering correctly. Wait. Where's... Yeah, I think that's right. Garo Hefty. I was expecting the amulet to light up. We can stoke the fire. I guess that's all it does. That's neat, though. Here we go. More memories.
If he's thinking ahead, he'll see the trap I've set and leave my queen alone. But if he's not, I may just win this game in 2 moves.
I was busy drinking my drink and missed what he said.
If he's thinking ahead, he'll see the trap I've set and leave my queen alone. But if he's not, I may just win this game in 2 moves.
Right. Atris was playing chess with Cirrus.
Your father's linking home tonight. Why don't we use the special plates?
Dang! Who slammed that knife into the table? That is really excessive! Destroying your table and your knife! I mean, I guess, but... why keep your knife like that when you could just, you know, put it away? You have to do so much more sharpening, and I would imagine a knife like that is especially important to keep sharp. You can keep it at hand without making it so you have to excessively sharpen it.
You don't make this meal very often, do you, Daddy? Maybe we should hide the pan before Mom gets home.
Atris is a terrible cook. In other news, the sky is usually blue. I did say usually. Well, we're on Earth right now. It does depend where on Earth you are and what time of year it is, because sometimes, you know, there's more dark during the day than there is light during the day, and so you could argue that the sky is usually black. Well, yeah, who do you think took that picture? Obviously, it was me. Atris and Catherine's personal close friends. Don't question when we had time to take that picture. the player is supposed to be the player. It's a whole vague self-insert thing. I should say deliberately vague self-insert thing. I guess we've looked at all of the stuff in the kitchen. Welcome back, Spiper. Yes, acquiring story. I mean, I would think a moving stair is cool as shit. Okay, well, that seems relevant. Glowy. Neat. Offhand, no, but I was going to put more thought into it after I had finished poking around the room.
Look, Mom. Look what Sarah's made me. It's a water spirit, just like I described to him. Isn't it beautiful? Please, can I wear it today, Mommy?
No. Don't you want to keep it nice for the ceremony on Serenia next week? Anya told me you're getting a special necklace to go with it.
Necklace. Not a necklace. A necklace. I point that out because I don't think that the the subtitle was necessarily visible on the stream, but that is how they spelled it.
Monday. I got this book. Dad gave it to me. I'm going to write in it every night. Tuesday. In the morning, we worked on long division. After dinner, I made a puzzle. Mom and me started the fun club and looked at stars. Thursday, I didn't do much. Sunday, we visited my brother today.
We missed
had a
Friday and
gift for me,
Saturday.
But Dad made me go home before I could see it. I felt bad. Dad talked to me later and said it was just bones, so I shouldn't be scared. I wasn't, because I don't think Agnar meant it to be bad. He looked so sad when we left. Monday, it was hot. I spent the whole day by the water. Saturday, Dad took me to a really neat place today. It's called Serenia, and the people there are so nice. They never forget stuff, because if they do, their memory chamber remembers it for them. I went inside, and I saw all the memory globes hanging from the ceiling, just like Sarah said I would. Monday. Mom said it's too soon to go back to Serenia. I've been thinking, though, and I don't know if I want my memories put inside a globe when I'm dead. What if I need them? Thursday. I told both Cirrus and Agnar about the fun club. They want to join. Wednesday. Dad finally said we could go see Anya tomorrow. She takes care of the memory chamber. She's one of its protectors. Only women can be protectors. Men stay in the village and do other hard stuff, like fixing roofs. Thursday.
Crystal code.
I saw the coolest creature on Serenia today. It was made of water, but when it saw me looking, it got shy and fell apart. Dad said it must have been a fish.
So, Yisha's better at drawing these
Monday.
crystals, even though
Mom
they're
said it's too soon to go back
technically
to
more
Serenia.
crude drawings than, Atris is.
Jumping, because he didn't see it. Mom believed me, though. Friday. Anya told me her people put their memories in globes so their families can visit them in the dream world. She said I could visit the dream world too, but I'd have to learn how. Plus, I need a spirit guide. Maybe I can get one next time we visit. Sunday. I got the best gift of all time today. A spirit guide statue. Cirrus carved it for me himself. It looks kind of funny, but it's 'cause he never saw one. He just went with what I told him. He knows exactly what questions to ask, and he listens better than anyone. Friday. Before supper, Dad and me changed the lock on my bookshelf. I said since I'm learning Donnie, I could change the covers and use everyone's name instead. I won't forget who's older than who either. He said it really had to be the really last time, but he was glad. Thursday. We didn't do much, but tomorrow I start learning how to dream on Serenia. I'll probably be too busy to write in this
Also,
journal
hey, we
for
found the
months.
code. Sort
Sunday. Anya gave me a special necklace today. It's really good at picking up memories. She says some things are better at holding them than others, and that only the most powerful memories get shown. I touched it as soon as I got home, and it worked. I can't wait to show all my friends.
Well, I guess that's that. She has friends, though,
Good at
so there's
picking up
that.
memories.
So, it's the family's names, and there's an order from who's the oldest or who's the youngest. I am bad at reading Dunny script. I need to go take a picture of the freaking book. Yisha's homework book. Let's see. Is this actually like a convenient? Let's see. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, yeah, Yisha. And... oh, yeah. That makes sense. Yisha, yeah. But... And in case we didn't already know the names... Can we not? Okay. Okay. I might have to actually, like, legit write these down. In fact, yeah, I'm gonna go back to the book and stare at the book just so that we actually have the music going while I write that down. With actual pen and paper. That way you guys aren't just sitting here and listening to the projector reel sound. No, but I am going to write down the first letter of every name. Yeah, I'm right with my eyes closed. What about it? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alright. Let's see here. So... I'm so bad at this. There is, and I'm a rebel like that, so, you know, it's fine. Just don't try it at home, kids. I'm a professional. Actually, I do need to, aside from writing this stuff, I actually need to step away really quick. I need to go get a new drink and take care of a couple other things. I will be right back. I am the Backness. I return! And such like. And I have like 87% juice. Good for the mind, body, and soul. I also have namages. Well, sort of. I have what I believe are the beginning parts of the phonetic Dini pronunciations of the names. We do, but the 100% juice is a lot more expensive, and also this is like mixed stuff. It's like V8 fruit juice. Oh, we didn't check out the aquarium. We're tapping on the aquarium glass. That's rude. Didn't get shocked by the thing. Weird. It seems to be powering the lights to the aquarium. You know, casually having exposed electrical current in his daughter's bedroom. This is fine. Alright. So, if we go youngest to oldest, that would begin with Yisha, which would be... this one, I believe. And then if the photos in the... It is conceivable, Spiper. If we go by the order of the photos in the kitchen, next would be Cirrus, which would be... this, I think. And then Akinar, which would be... not good at the Dini letters. Let's see here. You see this, right? I can't go to the frickin' thing! There we go. Okay, so if we go phonetically... Aka... and... Okay. Let's see. Do... I was presuming that CH is supposed to be ch, and that the k is the KH that they have there. I'm just not... I'm really not good at, like, recognizing the, like, even from my handwriting here, the lettering. Let's see here, that is a good question. See, I gotta do the head tilt thing. It's fine. I'm a Canid. I can do that. It definitely works. Don't ask me why it works, but it works. Okay. Swooshy. And then upside down T. Like a swooshy L and an upside down T. Unless it's not the swooshy L, and instead it's just regular A and then the KH. If it's regular A and then the KH, then it's the swooshy upside down T and then the regular upside down T. Which might be this one? Let's see. Are there any others that start with... Well, there's this one. And then there's this one. No, 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 no. Okay. So, instead of ack, N, R. I think that's this one. And then, Atris and Catherine. Well, the thing is, I haven't used the Dini alphabet that much, actually. The numbering system, totally, but the alphabet, not so much. Okay, here's the other thing I'm running into is I don't actually remember if Catherine's older or if Atris is older. I might also be doing it in the wrong order, doing it, you know, youngest to oldest instead of oldest to youngest. let's see here. Well, Catherine isn't Denis, but Catherine also isn't human. We don't actually know how long the Rivenese... Well, I don't remember offhand anyway how long the Rivenese live. It's easy to assume that the Rivenese have a comparable lifespan to humans, but... Shrug? My instinct is to... Excuse me. Ugh. Don't know where that came from, sorry. My instinct is to assume that Atris is older, but... Yeah, I don't quite remember. Although... Catherine is on the left and Atris is on the right. So if we go by that ordering, then you know, with that being the same as the ordering that the pictures are in, then that would hold that Catherine is younger than Atris. Thanks, Eve. Let's see. Yeah, but that's not what they call her here. Because Atris always calls her Catherine. And she doesn't seem to mind, I guess. At least not too much. Okay, let's see. Hooray, Guild of Archivists! Alright, I'm going to go cheat really quick. No, because I'm not really cheating. I'm still using the game. But, Catherine cheated for me. A little bit. Yeah, but this way I thought of it on my own, so I get to be proud of myself for thinking of it by myself. Okay, and I can screenshot that, so that one's Atris. Signed. Wait. No, this is actually Atris's note. Atris cheated for me. Notes for Cirrus and Akinar? Maybe. I mean, I can go... Well, I already have... Wait, what am I doing? Why am I taking external screenshots? I can literally just do this. Okay. Oh, hey, this has a memory, too.
That was such a good day. I wish... Oh, I wish so many things, Atris. Tell me again we did the right thing.
Yeah, like, this would be a lot easier if I could actually find their names written down somewhere and just take images of it. I at least have 3 names, because I have Yisha and Atris and Catherine now. Also double check, make sure I was right of remembering this image here. Yeah. Catherine on the left, Atris on the right. Trying to remember if I happened to see their names written down somewhere in Denis. I feel like it had to have reset when I walked away. But I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely reset now. But yeah, it reset when I walked away. I mean, that's still at least 3 of 5 names, which is useful. Excuse me. Still got stuff in my throat from whatever that was. Yes, it's 5 pushes. It's all 5 of their names in, I don't know if it's ascending or descending, but it's in order of their age. Because Yisha mentions that in, I wrote down the first few letters of all of their names. I went past it. Here it is. Atris and Yisha changed the lock on the bookshelf. Said since I'm learning Denis, I could change the covers and use everyone's names instead. I won't forget who's older than who either. Said it really, really had to be the really last time, but he was glad. And a picture of them changing the locks on the bookshelf. Thank you, Spiper. Well, at the very least, that's 3 out of the 5. Let me try to get these written down for Cirrus and Akinar a little bit more clearly than I did the first time. Alright. C. So, let's see. S is gonna be... First. C. S. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so S is starts with the up swoosh, down, and does the little boot. And then E is gonna be the big E. The little dashy thing. R. Stem. Swooshy. And then S again. Okay, and then A. So AH is ah. And A is just a... Oh, and then we have AY for atris, and then A is A. So A, ah, and A. So we want just regular A. A, KH, and we have an EH, or just E? We have E and EE. Okay. N, ah, Okay, so A is big swooshy little lampy thing. Okay, KH. Add some thickness to that. Down, and then swoosh. And give some thickness to the swooshy. Is another lanterny looking thing. She off to the right. Ah. This. Crooks down. So it'd be a lot better if I could show you guys what I'm drawing. And then R is I had it. It's a good question. I don't know. Let's see. R. There it is. First one on the second page. I'm just blind. Alright. There's a little tail coming up from the end of the first little hump there. Okay. Back to the music. Well, I guess I need to get, Yisha's name here. Okay. So... Yisha. That was this one, I think. Wait. I already forgot. I need to have these, like, in front of me while I'm looking at the books so I can compare them side by side. Alright, so we'll just get Yisha's name here in a little screenshot. Okay. Okay. Open that up. Yisha. Atris. Catherine. Okay. Yep, I accidentally clicked one and I did not see which one it was. Let's just try. Okay. Reset. Thank you. Okay. Yisha. Okay, so I was right. It is that one. And then we want Cirrus is going to be... this one. Akinar is gonna be... this one. Atris is gonna be... yeah, it's gonna be this one. And then oh wait, I did that wrong. Atris is last. Okay, Yisha. And then Cirrus was Cirrus. Yeah. And then Akinar. And then Catherine. Okay. Catherine. And then Atris. So I believe is... has to be this one. Okay, that was wrong. Only because I had them haphazardly put up on my screen, and so I was just putting them in the order that they were up on the screen as they're doing it. Well, the other obvious thing to try is from oldest to youngest instead of youngest to oldest. So that would be Atris and then Catherine, which was... this one, I believe. Let's see, Catherine... yeah. This one. And then Akinar, which was... and then Cirrus. And then Yisha. Haha! Cool. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Interesting commentary. Now that I figured it out, go nuts. It's a family tree in the greenhouse? And I missed it? I was thinking I should go back and check some other stuff, but... I was hoping to get like a memory or something off of this, but... nada. Nothing. Zip. Zilch. I do like this. This is pretty. Yeah, like, there's got to be a reason for coming down here. There's scuba gear. That's conspicuous. It's not scuba gear, but it's, you know, it's flippers and snorkel. Snorkel gear. You can tap the water. Water's on tap. Are there really no memories here? There's gotta be something. Like, this seems like it should have something, but... I don't mind it being optional and unprompted, personally. I just need to remember that this is the kind of game where that kind of thing can be a thing. You can also go into Stone Ship in the original Myst without ever reading the Stone Ship. Well, okay, I guess you have to get, like, the clue out of it, but, like, without reading it in detail. Like, you can skim over a lot of details that give you hints about stuff that, you know, in the ages themselves. I know that's not exactly a one-to-one comparison, but you get what I mean. It's not exactly the first time in a Myst game where stuff was missable. Lever? Did I... Oh, this lever. No, because I did not, in fact, see that lever. Oh, that just opens that back up. Well, just because my screen was dead at it does not mean my eyes were on it, okay? I've got a lot more screen space I'm looking at than just directly ahead. I'm doing my best! I think I'm gonna do my best to try to remember to just poke my nose everywhere in detail. But thank you, Spiper. I thought so, Bert. Just to clarify, that was the switch you were talking about, yes? This one, right here. There was not another switch that you were talking about? Oh, that one just gives us the way back out. It just lowers that so we can get out again. Yeah, like, we can't even get the prompt to go back up until we hit the lever. But it is really weird that we'd be able to come down here but not even get, like, a memory. Maybe? I mean, as long as I don't link out, I can always come back here. Presumably. That's what I seem to recall anyway, is... I don't remember. But that might be the case. Oh, wait, here's a thought. Speaking of missable switches... We have to do this again, huh? Okay, so, that's gonna be Atris, and then Catherine, Akinar, Cirrus, Isha. I don't know, but that is what I am checking. Because it is a different state. It does not seem to change things, at least for now. If things change later, it may be relevant. But for right now, it seems to do nothing for us. Meanwhile, it sounds like the world is falling apart upstairs. That takes us all the way over there. I just wanted to look up through the skylight. Yeah, we can't go over there either. Sad days. Yeah, you know, you can see when, like, the hand opens up, that means that it's something that's grabbable, but if you're moving the cursor over it too quickly, you know, like, if you do that, you may miss that it's trying to open. And, yeah, like, the antenna button is just straight up hard to see on the screen. Not to mention, the prompt. Alright, so to get to the greenhouse... Yeah, that was my thought. Go to the greenhouse. Because I want to see the family tree. Although we are going to have to cut things off here pretty soon, so we might wind up seeing the family tree and then having to save and look around Tomana some more next week. Because we have hit midnight. You're mystified? Hey, wait a second. I didn't know we could go down here. Oh, look. There's the family tree.
This is only part of our family tree, Isha. If we wanted to, we could trace our lineage all the way back to when our ancestors first arrived in Dani.
Cool. I want to take a picture of this just because. Yeah, Yisha, Cirrus, Akinar. So this would be Catherine and Atris. And, so I guess, again? Probably? Wait, no. This is a tangential branch here. Right, yeah, Keta probably. And then this would begin. And then Atris the Elder. So this would be Anna. So I guess these would be Atris's parents. Neat. Yeah, I think I got slightly out of the capture zone there. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's all chill, baby. It's all gravy, baby. No memories from that. here we go.
That's the 5th time this week, Atris. If you insist on blowing the power so often, then you must make sure we have some kind of backup supply. What if someone gets stuck in the elevator?
We'll finish looking around this room, just so I don't forget to keep looking, so otherwise I'll, like, forget to look around it again next time, likely. That's locked. Okay, I guess that's... Oh, you can actually go around this side of the table, too. Neat. Okay. Alright! JDs and gentlemen! Thank you so very much for joining me this week. We'll be picking it up again next week, same day, same time. Otherwise, if you want to watch me play some Tomb Raider, we'll be doing that on Monday, and some more Ori and the Blind Forest. We're doing kind of a retrospective on Ori stuff on Tuesday. So, if that catches your fancy, as always, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Farewell, citizens! But fear not, for I shall return. Shura B'Shem Tibiv.